Alright. Speaking of mysteries and murders and all this stuff, which is probably why I'm really enjoying this, because there's just a mix of that and comedy. This game's up my alley. Visual novel? Yeah. But I love like a good murder mystery solving. Like, that's why I dig this game. But anyway. Things Right is a turning. We're on the last episode of the first game. We're going to finish the last episode today. I think we have a little bit more left. I think there's like one more day of investigations and stuff we still have to do. And I think we're about to do a trial thingamajigger. Just moving my arms up and down. Just waddling. Waddle away, waddle. To the very next day. But yeah. I'm just excited to finish this up. I'm kind of curious where this is going to go. I feel like I already know who the murderer is because it feels kind of obvious. But I kind of hope they kind of like trip me up last second and be like, oh yeah, by the way, it's not this person. But we'll see. Alright, February 14th, 12:14 p.m. District Courtroom number 9. Also, I kind of been realizing this entire time, like where my screen is for my webcam, there's like a health bar that no one's seen this entire time. I wasn't really sure if anyone was really bothered by it. I just wanted to make that known that I became aware of it today as I was clipping through some stuff. Yeah. I don't think it's really a big thing to worry about because it's just a little bar that lets you know when you're defeated. But yeah, that's all. I'll move it for next time. I just feel like I've been going so far at this point. I'm just gonna keep it here. Alright. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Alright, she ran away. Yeah, apparently every single character you've talked to in this episode is somehow linked to all the murders that are happening. I don't know how. Well, most of them we kind of know how. But everything with Emma and the skies, we don't know how. Because that just recently came up. So, trying to figure that out. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. It's Mr. Jake Marshall. I recall his fingerprints were on one of the lockers. So that's what we're kind of using. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. I love the judge. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? Never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. This is correct. According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. That's a mouthful. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Tries up a little bit. Or Lola walking around. Alright, day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Yeah, he said he was on his horse or something like that, if I recall. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your peers, but you don't see me complaining. Shots fired. I think he's just jealous. Anyway, wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? Oh, boy. He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with the following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Cool. Alright, so let's, I guess just press for now, see if we can make him slip. I always keep a worry eye in the bone orchard. Clarify. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time will come, I erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I erase a tape, I felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't even physically enter the evidence room. Which is a lie, because his fingerprint's there. It said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that I ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Guess we'll press again. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanisms? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how the bike works. That's quite incredible. Sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. He did. At any rate, it doesn't seem like this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. So he was at the bar. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat the parlor's Vongol Spia pasta. Spia? Spia? Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want a race this year? I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to head to trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner, or as you like to call it, evidence. So if you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back to Weston to Sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. My allergies are no bueno today. Alright, everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. Alright, so we pressed on everything. So what trump card, like where's it listed? The fingerprints. Alright, I never actually looked at the incident files. Incident number 9 closed. Perpetrator, Joe Drake, crime serial murder, sentence death. Victims, Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Alright, trial date, head prosecutor, trial data. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Star. So I'm a little confused because I thought Bruce Goodman wasn't a very high-ranked investigator, but he was a head investigator for this case. Obviously, he was murdered. I wonder how the skies are involved. Alright. I said I was supposed to make rounds 6 times a day. Alright. I think it's time to use the ammunition. And present. Officer Marshall. Doesn't it strike you as odd? That is you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with the head on his shoulder. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the bloodstained fingerprints? Here we go. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Alright, here we go. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be the same place as the bloodstained. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. A murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstained and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. He's wearing gloves right now. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. That's my chance to prove it. Alright, let's see what we got. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. RS Press. I mean, it's just gonna... well, yeah. That's because you... how did you put it? Pay your specs once a month. Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. That'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing. And I do recall after, what was it? This person disguised as Detective Goodman? Like once he walked away? Or he never walked away, but once that camera went, there was like a piece of cloth hanging out of it. So I'm kind of curious if that's the outfit that's actually in there. One of them just happened to be the same place as the bloodstained handprint. Alright, so then what about the bleeding handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chance of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that are not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Oh, not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Just gonna keep pressing until I can get something. I'm related. They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast while the other is a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though, to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in the Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The sea of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. Yep. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. And it is. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Now then, continue your testimony. Too bad it wasn't me in the video, right, partner? But it was. That should work. Hey, we have to press first? Let's see. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The pans pan back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on the tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us a video of evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, yeah, thank you. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us the incriminating evidence. Because I'm looking through this and I'm like... I know that's the bit. I kind of figured like maybe I just had to present it. I'm still disturbed by this little thing. So let them fight. Alright, it's right here. Coming up. Right there. Bringing our attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Let's take your time. You're getting there. You're getting there. And there you are. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. And it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. It would seem that's the hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So if my locker was opened, that doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like that? I'm a one man. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say you opened the locker. Now prove it. Put your fingerprints on there. I think it's really the only thing we have, right? I'm gonna go with the fingerprint again. You can talk the talk, alright, but you got a long ways to go before you can walk the walk. Okay. Even I could prove this one? I should know this. Come on, partner. The revolver only holds 5 bullets. The question is, how many you got left? You say I opened the locker, now prove it. Nice save. Damn. The only thing I could think of is maybe the glove? Or I mean the evidence locker. Fingerprint sensor? Okay, it is that. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. Oh boy. No. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole. Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yeah, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? So you're saying he was the killer? If I'm reading this correctly, Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Prepare reload. Oh, whoops. Perhaps you should think a little more about what Marshall said. Should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be... security room? I'm gonna save just in case. I'll save on the trial former. Wait, where was Officer Marshall at the time of the murder? Let's see, maybe it was hiding like here, maybe? So that's the victim. Oh, wait, no, he was the victim, sorry. Did I get it mixed up? Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. I got it mixed up, my bad. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he did not. May I point out though that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card. Sir. Yes. And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have a hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. I already said that. Alright, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Do I? Well, you have the glove. I mean, the ID card room? But that's not gonna prove that you dressed up. There is blood on the unstable jar? To have that tested. It's really all like, God. Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? Is Edgeworth gonna do anything? Maybe. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? There's no reason for the Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yeah, he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. It's the blood stain. It's the only thing I can think of. The fact that a white cloth was sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. How you doing, sir? Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. How you doing? Forgot I wanted to bring something up, and I forgot to do it. How you doing, friend? So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps a video of this key to all of our unanswered questions. Now, I have any evidence that this video is my only shot. Can I just finish Choo Choo Charles? Yay. That's awesome. Has she been eating? Is she drinking? Water? Is she hydrated? Is she got any food? Is she okay? Feel free to bother her with that. I was already nagging. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness put away the white cloth. I don't think it's a cloth. I think it's a jacket. Oh, sorry. I'm like waiting and I'm like, I should probably just be fast forwarding this. Right there. I'm pretty sure that's it. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know what to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. It's not denying it. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, well, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. Here we go. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Oh, damn. I completely misread that. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright. I think I just gotta press him. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. Let what die? Probably the SL9 incident. Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident? 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When that case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I didn't care what anyone says, partner, that case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I think he had a relative involved, because one of the killers, or one of the victims, was a marshal. So I'm thinking he has a relation in there. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So So you did it to fool the security camera. And detective's ID card. I saw it that morning of the incident. So that really was Goodman started filling out that lost item card. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. Yep. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint. Activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But you could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Oh, that's true. Marshall lucked out. So that means either Goodman put it there or someone else put that glove there. Because Marshall would not have known about it. He has no idea what the heck a fingerprint is. Well, damn. Alright. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins to knock him out. He pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. Also, he keeps cutting himself with a knife. While shaving. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. Aw. When did Edwards get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. Which, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? Yeah. I don't know what to say. So you knocked the Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who got into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone to plan, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in the struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. Excuse me. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. What you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. He's telling the truth on that. I'm pretty sure. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. Were you blind? The victim shown on the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Goodman? What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? Still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. The glove was left there, so that means someone else probably opened it and left that glove there, maybe by accident. Or maybe they were going to go back to it later. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It just can't be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I think I do know why. That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? I think I have to present the files. That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murderers, didn't it? I don't intend to complain how it turned out. There's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we would end up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. I think he had like a father or something like that. So if we reread this, because when I was just looking at this Neil Marshall, a victim. So I'm thinking he has a relation to this. It's like a family member. And it seems like I'm right. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about us on that incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. I received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Yeah, I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. And what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. They were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case of file is closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. Now it's the last day the SL9 incident. SL9 case could have been reported. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Why was she involved then? Unless Goodman maybe killed Dark? Like, why was she killed Goodman? Oh, I mean, Goodman killed Brother Marshall. That's the only thing I could think of is maybe Skye did do the murder, killed Goodman, but she did it because Goodman probably killed Prosecutor Marshall. But maybe Officer Marshall's not aware. She found out before he did. Maybe she took the evidence. So maybe she is possibly guilty. But I think Gant's still involved somehow, some way. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, I really wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have the response, make it a single word or less. Arr. I rest my case. Damn. Alright, it seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. I disproven the alleged murder at the police department. There's gotta be something. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize I would end up proving Lana guilty. This court finds the defendant. Sorry, like yeah, I was waiting for like an objection or a hold it. Hi, Emma. Your Honor, wait. Emma. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. There you go. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SNI incident referred to Joe Dark killings. Now she mentioned it. The names of both Sky sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. I left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, I figured it. I examined it scientifically. I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me. Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around there. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry it can't be of more use. But still, you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark. Lana will be... Alright, we don't have all day. If ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Wait. Could there be something I'm missing? I'm gonna object, but I need to think about this. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. Been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a look at the floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. Which I can prove it. So what we have the videotape that was there, the gloves that were there. The jar was there. The blue badger. Where was it? It was in front of the locker, right? Why would the blue badger like smudge the blueprint? Not the blueprint, the blood print. Like it kept swaying back and forth, so what if it was actually touching the locker where it was placed? It's the only thing I got. Let's try that. Maybe? What about that piece of plywood? Alright, something's coming out about it. The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in here. When we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? You figured it out. That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot of the locker. What? So maybe the blood print was already there before? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found at the locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So, that must mean the blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in? There is that other ID card, the 777. Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this videotape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, other time... Yeah, because his handprint would be blocking that. Horrible timing. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. Had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. Oh, I love this music, by the way. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, where did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. I think it's the other ID. You summarize the defense claims. Prior to the officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. Yeah. That's right. The blood mark to the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. I think it was the other ID. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows the first? I do think it's going to be the ID. Because this only shows one other date, right? Yeah, at 4:20. before Edgeworth was in there. So Edgeworth walked by it. But whatever this 777 is, I'm thinking that's it. So I'm gonna go with that and hope for the hope for the best. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card recurred. I'm wondering if this, like the 7/7s, is kind of like an admin kind of access. Like it's gonna default whoever has admin privileges, and the only person I can think of would be Gant. So I'm thinking that's him. Maybe he did something. It's the only thing I can think of. Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. The crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Ah. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? No. I never would have figured you had a nerve, boy. Drop the act, Witness. Doesn't take a lot thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood was from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and then clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at the chart again. Yes, 420. Blazing. There's only one other card number remaining, the 7/7s. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. So I'm thinking maybe Goodman worked with the actual murderer. They're probably both on the police force. I'm still thinking it's Gant, and maybe Gant and Goodman worked together. They probably got Prosecutor Marshall killed. I think the chief prosecutor probably actually killed Goodman because she found out the truth. At least with Goodman, but she never got to Gant. He went in with 7/7s. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. I know whose ID number is. It's the 7/7s. At 1/7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID 7/7s belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. They don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. That's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7/7s. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. That's on that incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh boy. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did? It's getting intense. DFB, hello. How you doing, friend? Happy Tuesday. Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Mr. Marshall. Officer Marshall. Oh boy, why don't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. It is a Tuesday. You are absolutely right. But it's good seeing you. How you been? We did what we had to in order to get him the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Oh. She admitted it. I wonder if he knew, though. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Oh, that's loud. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Damn. I've been good just chilling and back on work grind after the holiday. That's good. Well, sorry about the work grind, but at least glad to hear you at least been chilling. I've mostly been chilling myself. Still have a couple more days, but I'm kind of just enjoying some time off for a little bit. I feel like I should be getting more done during my time off, but I've been kind of happy with what I've kind of done so far. All right, we'll save here. All right, one more investigation, I'm going to assume. All right. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do in order to get the verdict he deserved. They got someone executed with forged evidence. Even though he was probably guilty, they couldn't prove it. So they forged evidence and still got him guilty and then executed him on forged evidence. That's really bad. This is a 4-day work week, and then it's a 3-day weekend with my new tattoo appointment on the 7th. Hell yeah. Yeah, go back next Tuesday. So I have a 4-day week next week. And then it's kind of just back to normal after that, going forward. Probably for the next couple months. I don't think we really have any holidays. Until like March, maybe. We don't have any holidays for a while after this week. Actually, no, we have... I think there's one in January I might have. But we haven't officially gotten our holiday list yet, so... Let's hear it for the boys' tattoo. Or for the tattoos. Yeah, what kind of tattoo are you getting on the 7th? I never knew that Cell 9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark to convicted so badly. That's why she used to me, that's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night the Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Oh. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness to Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. So she essentially was going to get killed. And then Prosecutor Marshall saved Emma. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, usual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. So maybe he was probably running from Prosecutor Marshall? And then used Emma? I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up, yeah. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. So pretty much Joe Dark stabbing Marshall. Don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up. I mean, provided bogus evidence. The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Oh. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. Yeah. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when that all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. That's not good. After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did. Especially not to Emma. Alright, permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of his poor girl. This poor girl, you know what I mean? I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. Been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, must have been 14. That's understandable. She was just like mentally scarred at the whole situation, yeah. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about the crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning, you mean by the police? Yep, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? Alana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. Yeah, that's new. After Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Anna used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Alright. Going back over here. More things to figure out. Hey, Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems like keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risk. Lana. Emma told me about you. Moving things around. Oh. About how you were a detective 2 years ago? And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Cool. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from the case that was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happens, you always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. The trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. But she has to cough this up. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. There was still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked with the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled. Emma really idolizes her being her big sister. Words. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, I became chief of the police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. What he became. Okay. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago? Yeah. 2 years ago, I was second in command to the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command. That means the investigation led was Damon Gant, correct? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Yeah, you tell us. I mean, it's also in the files, so we can't do that. Like, she was a witness. But yeah, now she tells us after all this. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. I wonder if he was going for Gant, not the Skies, and he just got left with whatever he was given. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filling some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw the 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. Bodies. Prosecutor marshaled the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in the incident. Just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe that it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. Guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. I explained why he always keeps going to the saloon too. Maybe just kind of drinks his depression away, It's kind of sad. Pretty sad. Life doesn't end with closing up a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 and murder. Words are difficult to talk. Yeah, we need to go to the office. Underground? No one's here today. Not even Miss Star. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looked like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers. Okay. Let's go into the office. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. He's being questioned by the inquiry committee. Took a real beating in the court today. Yeah, Lana admitting and falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll have to come back later. Alright. Is this where we just said we were gonna investigate? Wait, is there anything else? Because I tried spraying in here before and we got nothing. I just want to make sure before I leave. There was like nothing else. I mean, if there was, it would have been cleaned by now, but I was just kind of curious. Yeah, nothing. Alright, cool. Oh wait, no, it's at the police department. What am I doing here? Sorry. Marshall? Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Let's see where he headed. Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do you prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. The Dark trial. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. I mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip. That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind me. Well, left behind, you know. Prosecutor Marshall. Alright. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. He had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. Then the highest honor, you meant the king of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. It was Goodman. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in the tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. I feel like Goodman's involved somehow. Like, he has to be involved. I mean, we got it perfect because he was technically in there with whoever 7 Simmons is, which I'm thinking is Gant. It has to be a higher executive. And I know I'm just repeating myself over and over again. Kind of with that, but I still think it was like Gant and Goodman involved somehow with whatever the other murder was, but I don't know the reason behind it. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. Which is weird that Lana wouldn't know anything about it. There was one person on the force who hadn't heard that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She'd never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that you mention it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Honest secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure that I found out in the court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him the evidence and planned everything. And that someone's Damon Gant. That's why. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I don't even be a patrolman after today. Oh, I won't be. Just pop a new bottle. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Damn. I just never trusted Gant from the beginning. Like, his character just felt off. Just way too happy, laughing all the time, being like, oh, I'm the chief of police, I can do whatever I want, you know? Something just fell off with him. I agree with Marshall. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Or if you're looking for others, they're all in the conference room. And that sounds like Gant. Yeah, she talked to us. Oh, that chief. The chief prosecutor is saying why she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sarah, would you like to have a look around Chief Gant's office? Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. We were told no, well, yes, and then no. But you know what? I only heard the yes, so we're going. That is disturbing. This feels like an evil villain's arc. Like, why does he have an organ in his pool in the office? This is a villain arc here. If I've ever seen one. Whoa, where am I? The chief office is silly? At least that's why I said that on the door. Check out the pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Yeah, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Botch? Oh, I was a G. I never could remember where C was. Oh boy. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. Can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too. Wow. With Marshall's misconduct, I might have to send this back. And Lana's provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. That's how time flies. Time flies, whatever. We're gonna sit down for a sec, because my legs are giving out a little. Sorry. Okay, that's a lot better on my legs. Memma, hello! How are you doing? Welcome on in. Damn, I thought you were leaning over to pick up Lola. No, I think she's sleeping right now. We had her, kind of put, so she has 2 beds. We have one a little bit elevated, kind of like where we sleep. And then we recently had one on the floor, but she wasn't using it often. And then all of a sudden, over the weekend, we had to go out and we had to leave her home. When we went to see my brother. So we put one of her beds out, and my frames are suddenly dropping. Just making sure everything's okay before we get going. I think we're good. Might have been when I moved my computer. But no, we ended up putting one of her beds on the floor. And she's been sleeping in it a lot more recently, I think, where we put it. I don't think she likes jumping up as much anymore. So she's kind of just like, okay, I'll just lay here. But she's been using her floor bed a lot more. Like more often, which is kind of nice for her. Because she doesn't jump up and down so much anymore. But yeah, that's pretty much the story. I'm good. Thought I would check out your attorney skills. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been going good so far. I think we're getting close to the end of this episode. So each game has like 4 to 5 episodes, I believe. This one has 5 because there's like a DLC one. Or not a DLC, but like a remastered one. I think we're at the end of the remastered one. Also, yes. Indeed, Lang. Also, hi, Lang. How you doing? But yeah, it's been going pretty good. Let's See that big picture on the wall over there? But yeah, Lola's been good. She's mostly just sleeping. Been a little dehydrated. I'm angry? He's angry. I just lost in Hearthstone, and when I finally got the cards I needed. I'm so sorry, Lang. Well, I'm not too familiar with Hearthstone. I know of it. I am sorry to hear that outcome wasn't in your favor. But just think. It's RNG based big time. I believe it. But just think. It's one game. RNG guys could be a little bit better next time. So you know what? Play another game. Rethink about the deck that you build. Re-strategize. Pray to the RNG gods and go from there. There you go. For the best. It's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. That's also broken. Sword's kind of broken? Is that broken too? The vase is there. Oh. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. It's the vase. There's also a red scarf here too, but the vase. Trying to see if there's anything else. Alright. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case was long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Being like a clue? There's got to be a way we get inside the chief's office. We could actually... Try that first, if she has anything to say. If she doesn't, I'll go back. No. Next about the picture. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing up. Okay. You're not going to be any help. Alright, let's go back. Or maybe the underground parking lot? Nope. Alright. I think I go back to the police department. Hey, Belle. Oh, thank God, Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why'd you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. He's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Yeah. Alright, let's talk. So why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew that evidence was forged. Honest Guy is the guilty party here, isn't she? Sorry, Emma. But it's true. Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, they've been a lot of rumors. They're words. As you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, Are there really so many people who hate him? Oh, excuse me. In our world, only those with talents rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's get out. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, where the coffee was brewing. Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind during his final attack. His final attack? I mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, he was trying to protect some girl. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look like it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Yeah. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take this serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car, so it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying a jogger, came upon the scene and was just killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seemed like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, and luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. So why would Dark run though? If Dark would turn himself in, why would he run to begin with? That's my question. Like, what did Gant and Lana say to him during their interrogation that would cause Dark to run? That last witness, aka Emma. Alright. So let's present the switchblade. About this. Hey, is that... This has a tag attached to the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker. On that day, Detective Goodman was murdered. This suddenly appeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Yeah, hurry. What was it? This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it has fingerprints on it. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. And you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. Yeah, I already knew about that. Yeah. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Switchblade knife updated. The broken tip was found by belonged to Joe Dark. Okay. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I actually get one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? That's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Oh, fuck. Really? If I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust. Simply put, I'd be can't. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. About that, this ID card. It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The day that... Damn it, I was thinking that. It was delayed the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. What if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind? Could show him the vase, the jar with the picture, maybe? Let me share a little bit. Okay. About that jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. It's supposed to be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel so uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant. Where could I have seen that before? Come on. Like, clearly it's the same one, but like... I don't know if I really have anything that can convince... Well, I mean, I have the... Will this work? That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. Victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 77777. That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. Just trying to think, what else can I provide him to prove it? Unless maybe I have to talk to someone else first that's gonna give me evidence that I could use. I've been studying the files, there's nothing wrong with Edgeworth. Presentation, I think people are accusing him of justice. I find ain't buying it. Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. The line was pretty clear in their confession. She forced evidence. Yeah. Sorry, I had myself muted. I was a little afraid my brains were dropping a little bit, but we're good. Just trying to think what I could provide them that could be proof to let us in. Maybe I'll come back. I'll just... Anything she can tell me? No. Oh! Might be back. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure is quick to throw that paper on the floor. Or maybe that's already like an apology or something. I had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. That's another allegation to me. Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. How's Edgeworth for you? Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. False evidence. There is no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Alright, tomorrow's trial. Are you up for trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on trial. Tomorrow's the last day, it's too late to change the prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that the case would have come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for the case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around at the time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Yep. Freaking vase. Show the freaking vase. Can you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving rewards can't exactly skip on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. This. Oh yeah, Gant gave him the freaking screwdriver to put back. Why would he do that? Oh yeah, Chief Gant actually held on to that, didn't he? Yep. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. This is a sword. Or like a knife? I remember now. Remember what? That's what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? Simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the reward's based on. Can you tell us more? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written in 2 characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd, he claimed could slice through any shield of armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the story was very... as you mentioned, the very descriptions of those items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so, they symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusions. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. I wonder if he used that as like a weapon. Like maybe it was the actual murder weapon was the other part of like the so-called halberd. Gant had it, probably used it. What else can I give you? Autopsy, maybe? Just make me sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. Fair. Jar. Nope. I really gave him everything I could. Files. No. But this is related to the case. Remember, you said so yourself. So I did. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here to the police department. Chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. Certain detective comes to mind. I think I got everything I needed from him. I guess we'll go back to the lot. Excuse me. Ah, Angel Star. Thank you. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? The Star, I guess she's out of lunches. Certainly are a curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's... What? I still never thought you'd go digging up that case. I know, a gasp indeed. Everyone in the trial was involved in that Cell 9 incident. Thank you, Num. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? What? Oh. Just mentioned something about like a metaphor. And she was like, oh, it's just like the first person to drink milk out of a cow's nipple. I was like, excuse me? I got no words. Instant honest stat detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back 2 years ago. That age-old saying, yeah, you know. Dark investigation. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for a half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all more desperate. Her? On a Sky. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. After the case closed, a legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. So it was obvious the evidence produced in the court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept missing. You don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save good men, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. I always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. Just being used. Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was also unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in cases he handled. You mean... Well, yes, there's rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Alright, being used. Anna transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thank the Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since the case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listened to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh. Trying to think of anything else I can give her. I don't think so. Alright, let's go back to Lana. Nope. Let's go back to... Let's go back to Gumshoe. Yeah. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in Chief's office, period. I'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Did I get anything new just now? The autopsy, case, the picture, like, picture. Just want the picture to work. Trying to think, what else have I not shown him? Oh, lost item report, huh? Very impressive detective. You knew what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. A higher power? Maybe I shouldn't let him hold any of it. Alright. Screwdriver? No. Figured me because it was involved with, that. You know what? Maybe I could present something to... Miss Star. Hey, what if I show her the ID record card? Would she be aware? Only thing I can give you is now is my poppy seed price set. Eat this and maybe you'll be able to get back from... like, okay, thanks. Did I get everything from her? I'm gonna try to figure this out for a couple more minutes. Don't want to look it up. I might. Don't want to yet, though. So I'm just thinking, what else? I mean, she's got nothing else to say. She says she has nothing else, so I guess she has nothing. I'm just trying to think if he has anything that he could tell me that I could use. To convince Gumshoe. Like, parking stub. Found Mr. with car, stabbed by Mr. with knife. Yeah, we already got all this. Yeah. Already shown the knife. I've already shown him this. Show him the screwdriver.
Nice.
Very nice indeed. Just trying to think, like, what have I not? Trying to think. Actually, oh. I'm trying to think if there's anything I haven't investigated. These guys are just gonna show me nothing. I can probably investigate every area. That might be another thing I could do. Like, maybe not a lot. That's still the same. I'm gonna go to Edgeworth's. It has to be something with Edgeworth. Talk to him about everything. Alright, there's that piece of paper under the desk. That's new. So this makes me want to curl up and take a nap. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, this is old. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth this thing right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. That Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling out to the ground. Hold on, first let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my desk. Under my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Oh, shoot. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mrs. Redworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. There's a letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Can I talk to him? No. Let's take a look at it. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. You really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To really take responsibility, you should have to work with the rest of your life. For no pay. That's one tough grown-up world there. Alright, is there anything else? No. Like, she's got a point. A little bit. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth, you're only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can and cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please you have to do something. It's a letter of resignation. I wonder if we can use it. Oh, using a gumshoe. Smart. I feel it's kind of like... kind of dirty maybe a little bit. Kind of being like, hey, gumshoe, if you don't let us in, he's going to resign. He would do anything for Edgeworth. What's this crumbled up piece of paper? Uh-oh. No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've... got a point. I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him the sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it, I made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may have already be as good as terminated. So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Okay. Let's go in. February 24th. Police Department Chief Office. Here we go, Mr. Wright. Worked. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Did you smack him? I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I guess you get a new one. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in on this together now. Alright, really do want to get fired, don't you? If we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Alright, let's see. So he had something at the desk. Besides a giant Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. In most cases, this list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what? No, about evidence list. Normally, they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sided list of evidence. That's what Edgeworth said, too. Yeah. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. But it appears so. It was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Okay. Oh, look at the sides of that desk. We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? Better look at the little more into this list. True. Actually, yeah, let's read that really quick. Why is this stabbing on the back? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Are your eyes moving about? Yeah, I guess she's gonna be scarred. It's a lock. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered to this panel to open it. A 7-digit number? Could it just be sevens? Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... No. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Does that work? Will you really use that same number? Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 77's the final ID card number on that record. What? Number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day? You mean 77777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. It's gonna only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yes. I was curious myself. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a... Oh, a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. Fingerprint? All the evidence is inside the locker. This is a handprint, isn't it? Yeah, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Think the chief made up that design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. This is all that's in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't just let you take them. Charles, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them? Alright. I mean, the first one's easy. I mean, is he here? Gumshoe? do I have to take a look at this? I already know about that. This is vase, like, I just want to show that. The handprint I'm still trying to figure out, but at least that makes sense. This is the real deal, isn't it? His armor and these weapons. Sure as bound, the chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? Chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think you fit in there. Even if you did, you'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. You see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop the suit at this... I didn't even get her like time to finish the sentence. You're just like, oh yeah, forget about it. At first, the chief wanted to use the stained glass for the window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh, stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Alright, so I checked everything there. I mean, I can prove it. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office. Makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So as an instrument of punishment, literally. Aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Alright. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So, as he doesn't go crashing through the window when he gets fired. Don't say that. That's dark. These shelves are mostly empty. Anna must have cleaned them out when she transferred over them to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture of the picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh. This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust left on it. Well, oh my god, words. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Facts. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. Bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Okay, but how can I prove to Gumshoe to take this evidence? Like, do I have to, like, leave and come back? Oh, I can just talk to them, because I've been examining this entire time. Right. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? I mean, this one? That was just in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Give it a sec. There you go. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Yep. Let me see. I'll take a crack at it. Go ahead, pal. Show us what Rookie can do. That's right. Here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here it goes. What was that combined? Oh, oops. Bum. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in the safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in the safe? Blood traces. Can I examine this? Like, with the spray dust stuff? It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like there's blood. This piece the Chief has is different though. Blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. It's like a fingerprint? Where's the other handprint? Can I use that? Do I have that as evidence? No. She's office. A desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's strange reason to leave it here. He leaves it as a warning to everyone, and everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since the incident, and there can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because this is one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why'd you ask? You don't think... No, you wouldn't... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay? Now then, let's look around. Just say something. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You just don't let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Can I just take the other piece of evidence? Like, how can I prove that? Wait, no, I can spray blood. The spray thing. Wicked jigger, bobber, thingy. Where is it? I just passed it. Nope, not what I wanted. Spray away. So I think the murder happened somewhere over here. Or by the window? Maybe with the... No. Actually, it could have been by Emma's desk. Or Lana's desk, I mean. There it is. So I remember it being by a window. Well, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? Must be, where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. Anything else? I don't know if there really is anything else. Alright. Just trying to think, what can I convince Gumshoe to be like, you know what? Fingerprint inside. Let's try using this. Desert Gumshoe, I'd like to have a look at the. Like you have a look at this. I know what that is, so you want us to take some fingerprints. It's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town, Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. One with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Alright. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder. Let's go for index finger. Just gotta sprinkle a ton of this all around. Almost clear. Let's get fingerprint. My guess is this is gonna be either Goodman or Gant. It's not Gant. No. Emma. Why does he have Emma's fingerprints? I guess it's B. What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Yeah, gasp indeed. What? They're yours. Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to be a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Drake's prints. Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Thank you. She's not gonna be happy later. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID, we were able to get some hard evidence. That's not very oh, shit. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Oh boy, Chief Gant. Didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking into my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a bowl. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way to them. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. I'd like a word with you? But sir, I'm not a licensed. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? I wouldn't leave her by herself. You kidding me? Like, pal, if I've told you 1,000, once I told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Hey, wait, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Not sure how I feel about that. I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Alright, cool. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. An intriguing notion, a certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is the person you're speaking of? The one I am supposed to be frightened of, obviously Gant. Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it though that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also the other one, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Couple things. The jar, for starters. I just found this in a safe in Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from SL9 incident. The person concealing the evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you oh my god, words. Why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. As if it's as you surmise, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come on, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. Bum, bum, bum. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. So Bruce Goodman killed him in the evidence room. Oh no, Bruce Goodman was killed in the evidence room by Chief Gant. Gant threw his body in Edgeworth's trunk when Edgeworth probably came in to pick up the evidence. The body was already in the trunk. So when Edgeworth got there, Skye opened the trunk and she was just getting ready to take the body out. She didn't even stab him, she didn't do anything. She just saw the body in the trunk. So that means Star probably saw Skye trying to take the body out, but he was already dead. So she was kind of like an accessory. Like she was involved. So she is kind of guilty of that. But she didn't kill him. Alright. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Oh yeah, you can kind of see the handle there too. I didn't even realize that. The knife from SL9 Incident, the serial killer. Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. And I called my sister. I tell her what happened, and I asked her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. Yikes, Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was to make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Huh, why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at that time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. You mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused an incident in the evidence room. Bum bum bum. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in chief office 2 years ago? It's a lot. And Emma didn't really see anything either. Okay. Save here. Alright, final day, trial former. February 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if... So something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 ID number is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say that as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. You don't have time to reminisce about the past. It depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? He's like, damn, he's right again. Alright, this is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Here we go. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. Hey, don't mind me asking, Chief. Exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should have saved everyone a lot of time and trouble. So Gant's using her again. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to make this one simple request and it'll be finished. Alright. I need to check on something really quick. I'm gonna BRB. When we get back, we'll wrap this up. I think this still has a bit, but feel free to stretch, get water, get food, do what you gotta do. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, so it won't be too long. But, yeah. We'll be right back. Hope everyone had a good break. Alright. Hello. Alright. So, Lana wants to talk. I'm guessing Gant wants her to say something. Alright, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Nah. Can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Lana. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Kind of figured this was going to be it, but the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. I'm like the only person I can think of would be Edgeworth or Emma. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Edgeworth. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come on now. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Go, Edgeworth. With a sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As the first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Oh, God. You know, since like the first episode, or no, episode 1, like episode 2, God, the character development for Edgeworth, I love it. I love it so much. Alright. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. So I love it, like, since day one, his character has always been, I want the truth. That's all I care about. Alright, now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Alright, here we go. Alright, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin his cross-examination. He's just like, yeah, Edgeworth's got it. Not Edgeworth, Wright's got it. I'm not worried about it. Alright. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. Guess I'll press. I'm sorry, Emma. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to the dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors, where I didn't forget. Come on, man. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came in running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then the lights went out. The lights. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and the lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in the room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Oh, I think she mentioned that before. And the picture's probably what What's-His-Face had, evidence locker. Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it was a very important meeting. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain the picture. Gant had it. Witness, would you mind if we had added a statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. I'm gonna present it. Actually, I'm gonna press. But I'm pretty sure all I need to present is evidence and I'm good. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yeah, I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. Guess I should take that evidence again. Alright, can you please describe it to us? The man. Man raised up his knife and stabbed. Yeah, alright, that's all I needed. There we go. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all of her heart into drawing that picture. Yet you would insist on denying his existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. It may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for that SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over and... what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, 2 men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. Okay, so new idea that I just thought of, which is probably what happened. Gant found, maybe Goodman found out the actual cause, and he was gonna rat out Goodman, or not, Goodman was gonna rat out Gant. Gant found out, killed Goodman, had Lana dispose of Goodman. So Goodman was good. There was nothing wrong with Goodman. Good detective. He found out the truth. He was probably gonna rat out Gant. Gant killed Goodman. That's probably what happened. That's my new hypothesis, but I'm thinking that's probably the case. But anyway, just gonna continue. So you see, Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case was ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's impossible. Let's see. You never looked at the back of his list? He's so pissed. Do you even have to ask? He's really pissed. Alright, sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Blue badger? That's that thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence was restored and updated in the court record. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Alright, part 2. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. I wonder if she didn't actually see Dark stabbing Marshall, but maybe it was actually Gant stabbing Marshall? Like, she passed out. Gant was the only other person there, so I mean, I guess she could have been Gant stabbing Marshall. And maybe Gant knocked out Dark beforehand. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I gotta press a lot to think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Alright. I think Edgeworth is even unsure at this point. Alright. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. Press that. So at the time you didn't even know if it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. Or knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, and when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning was flashed. Do you think Gant maybe tried to knock out Emma? Maybe that's why she has her fingerprints? Like maybe it was Gant's oh, it was orange. So what if Gant was the murderer for this as well with Marshall? So what if Gant walked in, pushed Emma to the side, but he cut a piece of his jacket off? Because she probably had her fingerprints on Gant. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. She thinks she fainted, she's not sure. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Press one more time. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is exactly it. Alright. If it wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Alright. Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Is it the murder weapon? Was the murder weapon the, It could have actually been the trophy that was used. And that's why Gant probably changed it. Alright, I'm actually gonna save before I say anything else. So I need like a spot I feel like to be like, okay, this is my safe spot. I'm gonna save over that. I will save over this though. No, I won't. I'll save over this. I'm gonna go back afterwards because I'm pretty sure I missed stuff and I kind of want to backtrack. Alright. It's definitely something to do with that murder weapon though. I don't think it was this weapon. I was wrong. I'm not sure I follow. It clearly, yeah. I'm gonna try to save up everything I got. Do you have an autopsy for when? Yeah. It wasn't stabbed. Wait. Single stab wound piercing heart lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in the wound was missing the tip. I think it might be the autopsy. Let's try. Yeah, because it was in the front, not the back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts autopsy? What's it say right here? I mean, it does look like he could be stabbing him in the back. I'm thinking it's right here. I think it's this part here. It's because of drawing stand. Mr. Ray, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Yes, well, so as long as the defense has learned this lesson. Alright. I think, okay, it could be... okay, I can't go back yet. The only other thing I could think of is the weapon. Yeah. I'm gonna go back. I want to get my health bar back. I might need it. Let me reread the autopsy, just like I know I figured out the right one. But I want to see if I can figure out what I missed. Single stab wound piercing heart lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in the wound was missing the tip. It could just be the type of weapon that was used. Alright. I kind of feared it might have been the weapon, but I was thinking initially it could have just been where the backstab was coming from. Contradiction of 4 slices here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. No, I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once, and the murder weapon should not have yet been broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. It's the weapon he used the trophy. It was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? That's a lot of objections. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she sure remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? A little something called falsified evidence? You're trending on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might have been a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. He's not happy again. Order. Are you saying that the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place that day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. Maine really was holding up a broken knife. She just admitted it. If that's true, there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There's another. The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained by the way a simple observational error. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife, so please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's a real murder weapon. So it's not going to be Edgeworth's trophy. Look at this. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside of this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. That's the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order, order, order. The old Marshal awarded King of Prosecutor that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh, I was not expecting that. The prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Oh, now what? Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. It's like a chandelier. Wait, at this time I've been trying so hard to forget. Must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye? First, a knife mixed up, now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Alright, here we go again. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. That didn't really tell me much. It is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin his cross-examination. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. but you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. She is not happy. That's good though. That's good. When I saw the man raise his knife, press it. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? You think. All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panic and rush toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. I wonder if she actually got him killed by accident. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help the other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, what I did, but it's all kind of a blur. This guy was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. He would know. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. How? Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But this was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I've seen them before somewhere. Oh yeah, she did say that. That was back in like the first or second day? Now I finally remember. Oh brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? It wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must have been mistaken. It may well be. But what's important is that what caused her to think she was what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it, Emma? Who's the blue badger really? I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt of when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on this fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. This room very well, Mr. Wright. What is the witness saw in that instant? They show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. I'm trying to think of what I have that looks like the blue badger. Wait. Could it have been the jar? Because it has like the tooth. It could be the jar. Let me try. Yeah, it was a jar. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoints? Got to show them. The correct angle. Alright, so, I mean, this would be it, I think. Like, wait, hold up. Controls aren't the best. It kind of looks like it. It feels like this. It's got the head and 2 ears. Wait, can I rotate this a little bit more? No. N? Okay. Try to like rotate this like up. Or could it be the other way? No, I think it is this way. Let's say this. This isn't right. I've got to make it more like a badger. Okay. Allow me to remind the defense that its case hinges on the one that's strong. If the strike can't match the shape. Okay, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Rotate it vertically a bit more or horizontally. Okay. So my thought was this. But I thought that kind of looked like it with the ears. Unless it's like... go up. Or like that? So you got like a mouth and... oh. I could see that. Or... this? There's a couple ways I can go about this. I was thinking this way. But there's no head at the top. Or if I turned it... like that? I think I would have to rotate it. So if I did... no, it's not going to be right. Let's see. I'm still trying to see how this looks. I could try this. No. Alright, we have to try a different angle. Just try looking this up and just being like, okay, which angle is this? So I don't have to keep doing this. Oh, I think I was close. I just kept it on standby. Oh, the blood's up? Oh, wait. Like, can I rotate this? Which way? God, these controls. R? Okay. Kind of like this, maybe? Did I get that right? That's not right? Alright, I gotta relook at this image that I have. I just wanted to keep something on standby in case if I got lost. But I thought this was the right way. Oh, I think I have to lift it up a little bit more. Alright, so I'll just rotate this. Oh, now I can see it because you got the 2 ears here and the... okay, yeah, this is it. That's not it. Why is that not it? Did this correctly? Wait. Rotate the jar to look like this after presenting. I feel like I have it. I felt like I could... whoops. I have to rotate. This is gonna be the most stubborn rotation of all time. Ace Ventura, Pet Attorney at Law. Exactly. How you doing, man? Welcome on in. Because I could see it a little bit here. Just, I think this is right. Or at least maybe... see that. Just been looking for a bit. Oh no, you're good. It's good seeing you though. Hope you're doing well. Unless... Whoops. I keep hitting E instead of R to rotate. I do not understand this game at all. So essentially there's a lot to explain. But essentially it's just about coming up with evidence and trying to figure out the exact murder. It's really hard to explain without actually playing it. This actually makes sense that they keep it like this. So essentially what I'm trying to do at the moment is I'm trying to make this jar match up with what this face looks like. I thought I had it. Rotate the jar to look like this. I swear, I'm gonna have it like perfect, like it has to be like perfect probably. This rotation's gonna be the death of me. I am looking at an image that shows the actual correct answer. I feel like I have it perfectly right, but it's just not giving it to me for some reason. I'm lucky this isn't one of those like I'll lower my health bar if I get it wrong. I did not mean to do that. Can't get the rotation right. Alright, give me one sec. I gotta look. Rotation. Alright, I hope this just tells me. That's what I did. Alright, that's infuriating. I'm doing it correctly, but it's not giving me... I guess I'm just not rotating it just right. So it is... this. I'm gonna make sure I have this like perfectly correct. A little bit more up. I think this just has to be precise. Try this. There we go. Like it has to be exactly precise. Oh, is this a miracle or what? Thank you. No one can possibly deny the jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Also, this music's terrifying. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location, the murder weapon, the murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. The very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Lana Sky, sorry. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. So did he swap the deaths? Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? I think he moved the desk. So maybe Gant's desk was over here at first and he kept it so clean over here before. Yes, why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? Do I? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Alright. Okay. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding the knife. The next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to been the impact of the man made when he knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The armor? If the man knocked in the direction of the shelf... Wait. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, the suit of armor, yeah. Only a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking, yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, the statue killed Marshall? He was pushed into it. Oh no, Emma accidentally killed him. That's why Lana wanted to be kept secret. Oh, that sucks. Mr. Marshall died because of me. Oh boy. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. Actually, I didn't either. So it was a witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. She wasn't really aware, though. Yeah, she's gonna do everything. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted the forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I had no idea what you're talking about. We hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations. I'm afraid you're going to have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this evidence. If you don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. We have evidence. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. We have the cloth. Touche, Miss Guy. Of course, it only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Yeah, very nice. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have been left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. And it's like, I don't know. Now that Mr. Wright, please show us a piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. I think it's the cloth that we found. It's the only thing that makes sense. This is the message from the deceased. Right, now then. This is the message from the judge. That was wrong? Oh. You might want to deceased yourself. Wait. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us a piece of evidence. What did he do? Screwdriver? That was left by Gant. Could it be the screwdriver? Well, why would the screwdriver be involved? Gant was trying to hide it. There's no way. What could he have done? The blood? This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten. This is just a jar. The message was left here on the surface of this jar. If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood of some of the fragments was not wiped away. Spells Emma. There's an M. So what you're saying is that the dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave a message. Behind the message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect to these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. We gotta connect the dots to make the letter. Oh, yeah. So like one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances, his murderer's name. It's 1000% Emma. Okay, so if I did, how does this work? Oh, you can just drag. Okay. Yeah, Emma. So let's see. So I can do like that. Let's go down. Wait, how do you do an M? Okay, there you go. It's not the best, but it works, I suppose. Yeah, it says spell Emma. Oh, and then this. Is there anything else? It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out this like this. Emma. So this is the final message prosecutor Marshall left behind. This is rough. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy can't say I didn't warn you. Still don't trust him. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Ugh. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Rabble, 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 rabble. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? He might have sent... Oh boy, how can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order. They might need to like... The gavel's pounding fell on deaf's ear. Unable to sell the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. God damn. I know for sure there's not much more left. I mean, it's the last day of the investigation, or the trial, so like it has to end here. But I actually don't know how this is gonna end now. I'm like, Gant's still guilty to me. Somehow, some way. Emma Skye being involved, I did not see coming. That was a nice little twist there. It was like incidental murder. Like she didn't mean it. She was trying to protect someone. She pushed Marshall, and Marshall just happened to fall into the knife. Wrote Emma's name and then died. Sorry, right? Edgeworth, I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Bye, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this to you if there was any break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted to give you a message. She said if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Yeah, I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like the book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. A real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's all been ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Maskai found out she was unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more. You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Here we go. I need to eat a cookie one second. Okay, sorry. I had gotten some roast crackers on break. I was feeling a little hungry. So I've been like trying to eat them on the side. So I have like one left, but anyway. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties on you. On your actions, Edgeworth. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, ahem. Normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, cough, cough. This isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. I think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor, I have a solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. But did you struck a deal with the defense? No, he did not. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. Defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... I mean, is there really anyone else? Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant, what does this have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. Would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree with Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Here we go. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risk. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Here we go. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Gotta press a lot there. So that when Dark was arrested. I keep saying Drake. He was laying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see, everything seems pretty clear cut. But the police chief has the right to refuse to testify. And I better hit him hard and fast. Alright, they were questioning him. Press. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran forward. To make a long story short, we slipped up and that power outage didn't help either. Press. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Yeah. I went to my office. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Can you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body has already been moved. So that means he found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Didn't ask about that. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness? Sorry, excuse me. Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better be off staring at the court record. Worthy, always a smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit the forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Alright. So it's that last bit I need to figure out about the forgery. I can show him the evidence list, because that was found in his desk. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna do that. The list. There we go. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. Well, I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. It was found inside your safe. It was found where? See, Chief Gant. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Why did I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when I found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying the work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Alright, here we go. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, and they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in the forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. I gotta press. Yes, Your Honor, when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Edgy, in return though. I know, that place, right? Telepathic? What? Alright, here we go. I appreciate it if you stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, Carrie. If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, they're found inside my safe. It would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. I think that's where I have to bring out the evidence to prove that. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did take the items and put those words. Suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found in a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying that this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized that day after Dark was sentenced. Wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however, clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on now, Redo. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in forgery. How can you look into me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end of the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, how do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Facts. Oh. Resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to becoming the next chief. Resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable... Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He is going to be made chief anyway. Oh, come on. Careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. For Lana? Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out of the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice. There was nothing in it for me. Let me read this again. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. That's all I really have. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. So what was in it for him? My current thought is, I don't know, maybe we should just present the evidence for law, make him prove what he's saying. I'm gonna save here. So I have a checkpoint. So I have to prove him wrong. That's what I'm trying to do. I feel like what was in it for him? What would he want out of this? He wants to be chief of police. Is this actual checklist here? No, it's just the drawings. I feel like it's too early to present the cloth. I'm gonna try it. No. Alright, we'll load back. Nope. This might not be anything for him, though. Unless the knife? Usually it traces the victim's blood, no prints. On the crime scene, wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. Could present the ID card record? So he would be the accomplice there, right? I thought it did. Alright, so I was wrong too. Alright. Again, this is the one murder prosecutor Marshall 2 years ago. I know he played a part in the forgery. It can only mean someone asked him to be an accomplice. Damon Gant, someone's accomplice? That sounds unlikely. Unless he's just covering something up. I can't prove when, but I can. Damn. That wasn't it either. What am I missing? So I had to anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Is there times that I can actually prove? Do I have any other evidence? Good press again. And then for you, sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would I help someone else out? The only person could have been Lana. True, you might not help anyone out for their sake, but it would benefit you. You might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, who is this person you believe? Chief Gant. She's literally the only person. Like, who else could it be? This could be Lana. Chief Prosecutor Lana. Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. He would have wanted to help her more than her own sister, Lana. As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged the job was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use Chief Prosecutor as his own puppet. Essentially, You acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppet? Come on, man. Oh, wait. Must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I have done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than a mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Bum, bum, bum. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want to get you hurt. Just what do you mean? It's like slight threats. What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? Impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in an easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back now for us. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. I feel like this is an ID card record. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. It's the record, it's the only thing that makes sense. This is the ID card list. It's a good start. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. It's 7 sevens. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits, you don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, he's mad. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was a violation of regulations. I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. But the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you enter the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I haven't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during the meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief on the day of the crime. Could be the note. Do I have evidence of that? Wait. Let me think. I feel like it's the note. Like the 221 SL9. Like, investigator's ID card found at the prosecutor's office at the crime scene. Half-written document dated 221 can only be submitted to the chief. Oh! Can only be, yeah, it's the ID card. Detective Goodman lost his ID card the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that to that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filled it or if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? To transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Got a point. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I didn't get to read the entire thing because I got interrupted by Edgeworth. Sorry, that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If he had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. The heck was that? You didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And at this time, I thought it was just a useless clue just to take up space. But stop, maybe? How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us his evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. I think in the car. I was looking for other type of evidence, but I'm like, use... Right? You would use Edgeworth's car. Going with the car, parking stub, moving for the best. This is how you move. Yes. A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me, why? Oh boy. Oh, because what he was told. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less, because of the screwdriver. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Just a random piece of evidence that didn't even matter. So you see, what you were really taking the prosecutor's office wasn't a screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Well, why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for a rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. It was not a photo of a body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. This was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Wright, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. You have to get going if we're making it in time for the early bird special. Absolutely not. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this. Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're trying to say, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, I would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose his body. I have to have evidence. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I always feel like it's very weird with this game. Because you always get to the point of, I have proof, I should probably present it. Or just say no. I guess get like a game over. I really don't understand it because every single time saying you have proof is always the right answer. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry and present it. Just remember, you better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. The only thing I can think of are the knives. So we could say the knife did it. We have to prove that he did it? Oh wait. Evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. Right? Do I have evidence? Maybe I don't. Alright. The only thing I can possibly think of presenting. Present the knife. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Alright, I don't think we got it right. Alright, I'll say again, Mr. Wright, name again his current police department. Score not tolerate any accusations. I think I have to say no. I might look real quick. Let me see. I just want to make sure I'm not messing this up. Okay. No proof. Alright, I had to say no proof. Don't know why, I just had to say no proof. I just want to make sure I'm not jumping to conclusions or wasting my time. Alright, it's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. Now, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, edgy. So maybe I just contradicted myself with this. Literally just a minute ago. I always have to say I have to prove it. This court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Seems that the luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. I guess so. Lady Luck, huh? You should have a word with her. Mr. Wayne, talking about Lana? There's only one lady who knows the real truth behind this, and it's behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. It's Lana. Why ask me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth Lana Skye. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. Court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene and hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now... Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway. Right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. What a dick. Okay, if there are any further objections, this court is now in recess. It's a long trial. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could you mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's it always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. The chief has not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risk. What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Hey, Emma. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to you, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. She did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her says she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. Sure, you must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything Chief told her to do. Must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. Don't have to blame anyone. Blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. She's gonna enjoy this. Alright. I didn't realize how long this episode was gonna go for. At least it's ending. I still want to keep going. Like, we're at the end, I want to finish it. So I apologize for the late, super duper late stream tonight. But yeah, I really want to finish this tonight. I don't have anything going on tomorrow, so it's kind of perfect. But I really want to finish this. So we'll keep going. District Court Room number 9. Okay, now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years? Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. Want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Aw. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Here we go. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found the prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Well, there's your lie right there. Our Hearthstone final round there took so long. The guy I was against actually left the match. How long do matches typically take? If you don't mind me asking. Are you sure about this testimony?
Noise.
Thank you. Noise. Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. Balana. If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's why I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense now begin the cross-examination. Well, don't know. 30 minutes, maybe. The problem is I only have 1 minion survive each round. It only adds 1 damage. He had too much health. So he couldn't win, but he didn't lose fast enough. Okay. I got it. Only 1 adds 1 damage. 1 minion survive each round. That's a nuisance. Well, I mean, I'm glad you got the win. GG's. Gant and the fabrication. Worked alongside Gant for years. Alright, suppress. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's say I was 24 then, so it's been 5 years. Alright, 1 second, sorry. Okay. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Eamon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Or hold it. Press. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much as yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated evidence 2 years ago all by myself. To do so to help your sister. Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiably self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana? So that's why you fabricated evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. What did you do? Okay, you did it all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Here we go. Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken prosecutor reward knife was stuck in the victim's body. Wait. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean the Prosecutor Marshall wounds up being killed by Dark? Something like that. But that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, I was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. I broke off the tip of the knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. Press. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Yeah, why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was his victim's body? It was where you detected it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? I think she's telling a little bit of the truth there, because that's where all the bloodstains were. The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. Yeah. It's the jar bit. Objectification. Hey, Ace, how you doing? Welcome back. How did the rest of Jenna's stream go? Did she eventually eat and drink? You know, a little tired. My brain's getting foggy from this case. I hope you're doing well. How's the, well, everything, I guess. Went well, she finished 2 games. Nice. She finished Tsushima? I broke it off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. A piece of the jar shattered and even started my plan. Okay, I think I gotta present the jar. Which would have made her worry about Emma, which would lie. Yeah. No. You wishful thinker, you? What do you mean wishful thinker? Choo-Choo Trials and Journey. She played Journey? I do know that's a short game. I didn't know she played Journey, though. That's neat. Journey's like one of those games like I always wanted to play. But I was spoiled twice, so I never played it. Due to that. But I know it was a good game. Jenna said it herself. Whenever we plan to binge Tsushima, it never happens. Yeah, she did say that a couple times. Alright, true. But, I mean, that's awesome. I mean, Journey's a nice game, regardless, so at least you got something done. I've been talking a lot. So there's been a lot of dialogue in this game today. And I've been trying to go for so long because I want to finish it today. Have I played it? No. I know the twist, but I've never played it. Well, I don't know about the twist, but I know about what one of the things are that they don't tell you. Is this still the same case? The same one from yesterday, yeah. This was a very, very long case. We're at the very end, though. I know we are. But after this case, the game's over. Like, there's nothing else that's left after this. So we're at the end. Yeah, this case has been like... It's like the very first case in the game was maybe like 45 minutes. Second case probably took, I think, a stream. That was like 4 hours. But then like from like case 3 and onward has been at least like 6 to 8 hours. But this one's even longer. This one's at least been like 12 or close to 12. This has been a long case. I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? Yeah, probably a lot has happened probably since you've watched. It's been a lot. If that truth were to expose now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have any problem with that? It's simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. That's true too. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. I was just thinking about the name. I actually wasn't thinking about the shattered jar. But yeah, 4 hours later. 1 eternity later. Alright, order, Your Honor. It would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Here we go. Accurate. How you doing, Jenna? Did you eat? Did you drink your water? Did you get all that? You doing okay? How was the stream? Sleep. But oh hi. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. But why would you do it with... That makes no sense. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Liar. I refilled my water, and the burrito was about to be rolled. But all heated up. Oh hi. Oh hi. Got a burrito? To say that's not pizza. I'm glad you got food at least. Happy for you. Oh, and your burrito innards. Please. You mean you were the only one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Stream was long, but good. I'm trying to offset the winter sale games. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I decided to go get pizza tomorrow so I don't have 2 delivery fees in like 12 hours. Okay, that's fair too. Hey, you finished 2 games. Very proud. 2 new games at that. Yeah, seriously. Good job. Proud of you. You're accomplishing games. That's awesome. I will be 1/3 done with this game after this episode. Just because there's 3 games in 1. But I'll at least be done with 1 game after this. I immediately noticed the traces of blood in the jar. Alright, suppress. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that the thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective, never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the chart pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. But no Tsushima binge has happened. You should just play all 3 at once. After I finish this, I definitely want to play the other 2 at some point, but I'm definitely taking a break. What up my 12 hours? I mean, I'm almost halfway there. Whoa. But no. Honestly, I probably could have just done this 1 game as a 12-hour stream, if I ever did. May as well, then. No. It was dark in the room, but I didn't have to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on a jar? No. If I had known, would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Anna, you do that for me? It seems you 2 might make up yet. Anyway, you barely had enough time to buy as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. Must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Words. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I mean, truth, but I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? You really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall? You wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were so large, so I'm sure I got them all. That's a lie. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol whenever I go. True. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Liar. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Alright, I don't know how... Alright, good. So she did miss a piece. So that's her problem. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in the Chief Gant's safe. The Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified. She gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? Objection. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day. Looking for my dentures? They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Relevance. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even he was there first. Why did he break the pot? Or the jar? Question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No? Wait. I'm not the one here on trial. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma was killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet. Ew. Bite her thumb? No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own clients. You know what? Fair. Guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, like, yeah, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. His cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright. Witness may testify once more for the final time. So for those who are just coming in. There was an incident where one of the people that were murdered was assumed that the little girl that's next to me pushed that individual into a statue and killed him. But the way it happened, it's kind of weird that he would just like fly across. So she might be telling the truth in that she pushed the person, but she didn't kill him. But maybe Gant killed him, who is currently the chief of police. Which he then used this person as a puppet because she's now the chief of the prosecutors after the incident. So this would give Chief Gant power over the police and then powered over the prosecutors. So he would be able to control the prosecutors because he controls the chief of prosecutors, which is currently her. And he's been using her as like a way to like get around pretty much everything. But yeah, she's pretty much being not so much framed, but she's definitely being used as a puppet and as an accomplice. So she is guilty of that. But she didn't do the actual murder and everything. It was definitely Gant. We've just been trying to get to that point because he has so much power right now and he just gets away with everything. All right, but the actual crime scene. Let's see what happens. That's it all. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. The evidence rulebook? It's a picture I took at the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Oh, I must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Present this picture? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Check out the evidence again. She gave me an evidence book. Is there a picture in here? Oh, shoot. Hey, there's a picture here. Disturbing. Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. The other detectives saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Crime scene photo taken 2 years ago. Mr. Wright. Piece cut from his vest. Could that have been... Oh, the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. The fingerprints. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real no. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin. So many words. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled in a suit of armor. Excuse me? He's not allowed to talk. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. But now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? So yeah, he's the bad guy, essentially. He's the guy that is controlling Lana and got a promotion, became head of police, chief of police, and then made her chief prosecutor, and now he's controlling everything. But recently we were testifying against him. And he apparently has a power where he can refuse to testify. Corruption, yeah, pretty much. But he has a power where he can refuse to testify. So we were currently testifying against him, and he was giving away a lot. Where he was like messing up and everything. But we got to a point where he was like, I'm not going to testify anymore, and he has that legal right to do it. So he used it, but however, if he uses it, he's not allowed to testify again. So right now he's kind of testifying, and I'm pretty sure it's going to go against him right now because he's not allowed to talk anymore. But we'll see. You want me to make out the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. That's savage. Okay. Got him. So what, you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? It's backtracking. The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. So what's your excuse, Righto? Oh, the cloth. Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Yeah. If I show the piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. I feel like... I can't make the wrong decision. Should I present the piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed... So here's the deal. So the part that was cut out on Marshall's coat, when he was pushed in, there were fingerprints, and it's Emma's. And that's Lana's little sister, the one that's on the side there. I'm not gonna show it. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. You know what you took. I know you took what was inside. Conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? I know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it has been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. Damn, he just put himself out. Dark Hero, hello. Welcome on in. How you doing? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. He just gave himself away. To be honest, I didn't think you had the goal, Righto. Well, can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. It made it look like the blame lay with her sister. That when she saw the scene, she would be asking me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using the evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. I mean those items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. I mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean the piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. You were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. That's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. Should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. Alright. Do I show it? As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I feel like I have to at this point. She did not say any of that. Yeah, I'm thinking like they already know. I might as well do it. Alright, I'll show it. I think we just need to get more information out before we have the evidence. It's not going to go well with Phoenix though. Alright then, let's see the conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered the prosecutor. It has to be the cloth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, You personally cut out this piece of victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must have been authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh boy. Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it, Wright had this all time to present this as evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Gotta be honest, whose fingerprints are they? I gotta be honest. I'll tell you. Yeah, I gotta be honest here at this point. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Skye? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh. You're really something, Rado. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to this death. Here comes Lana. How could you? You monster. The Skye? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye. It's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Well, I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Damn. This trial isn't even... Did I say ever? I'll have your badge, boy. Isn't over, okay. Honestly, apparently, treason's been catching up on me saying I have a speech impediment. I've been saying a lot of words wrong, so I wouldn't be surprised if I said ever. What's the matter? Can I got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. This guy so much. I thought I hated the last guy in the last episode. I'm really hating this guy. I stutter if I talk too fast. I sometimes do that. There's some words where I feel like I read it, like I see the word, and I know how to properly say it, but I just can't say it. Like I don't know, it was like a block in my brain. I just can't say it correctly. But looking at it, I know what the word is. Rural. I mean, I can say that. Rivalry. Okay, I can kind of mess up on that. There's a little about rivalry. It is the R's though that mess me up. Some of that. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves the real murderer is... Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? Just an accent to me. Alright. I took speech classes, by the way, when I was in elementary school, and I was told that I talk okay. I've had a speech impediment, but a couple of years of speech therapy when I was a kid, so I at least can understand. So, yeah. I think we're all the same. I took like 3 years when I was in elementary school. 3? No. 4 years maybe. I forget how long I did it for. I just remember I used to get like trading cards all the time. So I was just happy to go there. They wouldn't go past elementary because they said good enough. I still had it in middle school. But they pretty much told me I didn't really need it anymore. So I never did it when I was in middle school, but when I was in elementary school, I did it for at least 4 years. I know that for sure. S's and TH's were difficult for me, but the dumb thing is they thought that it'd be best to start my speech therapy while I had a palate expander. Slightly off. Ouch. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what they told me what my problem was. I just remember taking the class and then just being like, you're fine. But then I would go into actual classes and stuff and still somehow slip up. So I had to take it anyway. I also do kind of wonder if it's because of like I have an overbite with my teeth. Teeth. So I kind of wonder if that's kind of like a reason behind it. You know the device that they put exactly where your tongue is supposed to go for the S and the T sounds? You don't say. The audacity. Listening to old videos, I say it was everything, but I think they said R, S, and R mainly. I'm pretty sure mine is mostly R's. Even saying some of those words just now, like rural or rivalry, I still can't say that right. Rivalry, I feel like, well, fuck me, but yeah, there you go. I can't say rivalry very well. So it's the R, still a problem. But I can say rural. I guess I can kind of say rural. Rural. Or just weird to say in general. I'm just not going to say it. I'm going to move on. The piece of cloth produced the real murder. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. There we go. I got a murderer out. You know what? You know what gets me? Plurals with S's at the end already, and wasp. Oh yeah, I still say a singular. If I see plural, I still say it with singular no matter what. It's just wasp, wops. Like it's yeah, that gets me too. I'm learning. I got hiccups. That was in the sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? Contradiction? You ain't happy. I've slowly gotten into the habit of saying wasps. What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. I don't know. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth could possibly contradict. Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Do I have anything? Wait, hold up. Actually, the shape is a little weird. Maybe that's it? Because the shape itself is like a square. Could be it. You know what's hilarious and cruel? Are you trying to test me just saying those two words? But what is hilarious and cruel? What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. Life. Yeah, that's true. see where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth, there's no blood. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutors aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said the person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. To make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest? Damn. So the Filipino accent, like my parents, make the person speak and pronounce their F's as P's and P's as F's. Against Filipinos in the Philippines makes up the P and F sounds. That hurt my brain. So the Filipino accent. So did they say it as like Filipinos? And then the Philippines? Wait, yeah. No, Philippines. Yeah, Philippines. That hurts. Alright. Philippines? Sounds like a Philadelphia, or Pilaf. God damn it, King. See what you're doing there, Philip. Philip. Oh. Alright. It's late. You personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? For the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. I think he got blasted or shocked by something. That was a lot. It's finally all over. He's still in trouble. Everyone's in trouble. Objection. Now what? He's about to lose it. Oh, that was close right out. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Can I present the book now? Wait, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Yep, he said no. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. That's not fair. This is like his last trump card. Do you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last lap's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. He's a big dick. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the illegal evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? Evidence book, it seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed the piece of cloth? I would say no. I admit, I refused to present evidence at one point. Aha, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Edgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. Can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once for all. Wait, who killed the butler? You did. Hi, Llama. Good to see you. How you doing? Was Breb in the studies with a lampshade? Who told you that? You don't have evidence. Hello. Good seeing you. How you doing? I'm tired. I'm ready for bed. Objection. Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. I'm pretty sure it's the book. Can I read this real quick? No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I didn't know it was relevant until he said so. Law. Yep, that's it. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. True. Not legal evidence, yeah. No take backsies, exactly. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux to the matter. Did I say that right? Crux, whatever. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? Oh, I see what he's saying. You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. That person who gave its value as evidence was you, Demon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, you did say yes. Oh. It was then that you approved this cloth and as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. Damn. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in the final moments. Exactly, Lang. Exactly. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who could have done that, and who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Damn. My brain can never do this. It's not as bad once you actually get to play. I actually really enjoy this because I don't know. I kind of like a good murder mystery stuff. And I didn't realize this was going to get so into it. I'm loving it. Way more than I thought I would. But like, it gives me like Wednesday vibes a little bit. Maybe a bit more complex. But like, you know, there's like some vibes to that, into this. Yeah. Should have gotten rid of him. Like, good for nothing scum. Remembering everything is not going to happen. They give you plenty of notes to like, keep track of everything too, with like your records and everything. So that's one thing why I remember. Like, good for nothing scum. Also, this is just a very, very long episode. Not every episode's like this. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Brad has beefy brain. Some days. Goodman turned them down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. I'm more pattern recognition with a minor in logic. There's patterns. You know, like you find the pattern in the evidence. Okay, you said this said that. Oh, but this was said here. Then this goes back to blood prints that we found on this locker over here. But then I found this bullet that matches his gun, but that has the same bullet prints. You know? I don't know. I'm just defending myself. Anyone can play these games. I will say, it's definitely a one-time play. Because once you know everything, there's not much else to do. If you have one of these games is on sale, I'll give it a try. It's on, I mean, it's on Steam right now, on sale. There's 2 trilogies. Go with the first one. Because this is literally the first of 3 games that I've been playing this entire time. There's still 2 other games I need to play. But this part I'm playing right now is apparently was added on not in the original game, but apparently in the remaster of the original game. This was like an extra episode they just threw in. So this never even happened in the original game. This is just like extra content. So I already beat the original game. But this is kind of like, I guess, DLC, but not DLC. It was just part of it. I don't know. It was just like an extra episode. It explains a lot. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. The accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. It used to be known as the crime computer. Everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then he put the body in the car? In my car. Yeah, So the body was put in his car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to remove the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? Make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Grr. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So he took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time. I didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. Got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Foreshadowing. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Demon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new era. That just went right through. I didn't click through that. Either way, he's guilty. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Demon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky. You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I have done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me to forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. You can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Oh, you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried for the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it, only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor, you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. So, not guilty, but still guilty. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Yes. Regarding the charge of the murder, This court finds the defendant in the salon of sky not guilty. As all, this court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. Oh boy. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. Oh, so the smile. And to you too, Edgeworth. You know, I did my best too. Oh, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Thanks, Gumshoe. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run all around while on duty. On top of it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, line up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me. That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh, sister. Anna. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
That's
Emma.
what she said.
Yeah. I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. Ace. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to... It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you react if you knew. You were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. And hiding what I believed in to be the truth, I was deceiving you. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Aw, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you come back. Now you have. Oh, Emma. It's tears. Tears. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find a way back to our rightful path. We can find a way to our rightful path. And it is from there we can move on forward toward a brighter future. Tears. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth, stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. In order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like that. Something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Yeah. What is this pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. What? Wait, something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. The photo? Get this wrong, you may have the entire case. That's what I'm worried about. I'm like, I don't want to know. I'm trying to think. Actually, yeah, the evidence list. I think that's it. That's the picture. Oh, yeah. Because he had one piece, I had the other. Our counterattack began with this. But you have to redo the whole thing if you get something wrong. Okay, so there's checkpoints throughout the game. You can also save at any time you want. So if I try to present evidence and I get something wrong, I've been realizing I've been blocking the health bar this entire game. But like where my webcam is, there's a health bar. And if you get something wrong, it gets chopped down a little bit by little bit. But I think if you get like 5 or 6 wrong, it's a game over. But I could always go to escape, go to save, and just save at any time during the game. So when I load the save point, it would bring me right back to this, right where I was currently at. Yeah, I realized that until just now. Like earlier today, that I've been blocking the health bar this entire game, and no one's been able to see it. I'll make it up for next time. I just was lazy and didn't feel like moving it. I felt like I was already 30 hours into this. I might as well just commit. I thought I was just redirected. No. Yeah. I think I confused a lot of people. I didn't really think about it until like earlier today. When I looked back, I was like, wait a minute, no one actually sees the health bar. But yeah, I've been covering up a health bar this entire time. So if it's like 5 or 6 wrong guesses, it's a game over. But sometimes I'll just get to the point where I'll make a save, and if I get something wrong, I can just say escape, load, and then reload the previous save that I was just at. And it brings me right back to where I was anyway. It replaces webcam with zoom view of the health bar. I'll see if I can find like a screenshot or something of it. But yeah. Yeah. He had one half of the evidence and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, seems I owe you my thanks too, right? Also, Edgeworth and Phoenix are kind of like childhood friends, so that's another thing. Anyway, but what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, I'll be by to visit soon. Seems you both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. In what episode does the ace attorney burn out and cash in on a big law firm? Probably like episode 25. Probably in the 3rd season, I have to assume. Bye, Sleek. It's good seeing you. How you been? You ever watch Case Closed? The anime about the boy detective? No, I'm not familiar with that one. But good seeing you. Welcome on in. Hey, Sleek. There's a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks in the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Do you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Hey, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. I see what they did there. Yeah, there we go, credits. Life got a little crazy there. Taking stock recently, I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe. Great words. I hope she'll be placed to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as a prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Well, at least she doesn't have to go to jail. Life got a little crazy there. Taking stock recently, sort of drifting back into this tiny bit. Yeah, hope everything falls into place. It's good seeing you, though. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation at the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Alright. That's a lesson. If you get penalized enough, they can't do any worse than firing you. Just give you far less. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I have been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes. Yes, sir. Then I can just be like Dick Gumshoe. Looking good too. Yeah. Just a little extra stress on top of seasonal episodes of sad, but games and friends help. Yeah. Keep that thing away from me. The fuck is that? It's the police department's mascot that Detective Dick Gumshoe made. It was actually crucial evidence in one of the trials. Well, actually this trial, but yeah. Oh hey, what is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with steak lunch partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this in to me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? So the guy that died was actually that guy's brother. So there's that. MJ, hello. How are you? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Make sure not to eat it backwards. Fair. Sup nerds, sup flush bag. Jenner. Tired. Anyway, I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after that trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be. Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Fair. Yeah, how you doing? Was the game everything you hoped it would be? Yes. Actually, probably more. And this was just the first game. There's 2 more. Oh man. Hi Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Kevin. Well, see you around, Nick. Bye, Maya. Nice. Now there's New Game Plus to play. That's my only problem with this. I think the only problem with the game is like once you finish the game, there's nothing really else to do, I guess, other than just replay it if you ever wanted to. We kind of already know all the outcomes. I mean, you can always go back and just try different outcomes, but like the story's not going to change. Like it's always going to be the same path. Wait, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? Uh-oh. I guess you had a butler. Sushi Mama? I'm doing that next week. I want to do that next Monday. I want to start it next Monday. I promised one of my other mods I would play Tales of Iron Friday, so I'm doing that. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Aww. Oh. Or 12-hour Ask Sushi Mom. No. I didn't realize I've almost gone for 7 already. And it's almost 2 a.m. I was supposed to get off at 11. Well, I didn't really need to go off, but that was my intention. Actually, midnight was probably my intention. I didn't think it was going to take an extra 3 hours. It's like a photo of them. Oh, that's cute. Yes. No. Woo! The achievement came up, so I'm assuming I'm done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No more episodes. Usually just brings you right into the next episode, so I was like, no more episodes. I know there's an achievement I missed, so I want to go back to it at some point, but I'm just going to do that off stream probably tomorrow. It had something to do with that lunch lady girl. She gives you like certain foods if you say certain things. I don't think I got them all. But yeah, so we finished Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We still have Phoenix Wright Justice for All. And then Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations are the other 2 games. We've only played Ace Attorney. But there's still 2 more to play. But I'm gonna get to those at some point down the road. I need to take a break from the game. I just wanted to like soak it all in. Maybe get like a month or 2 and then maybe get into the next one. But I want to wait a bit. That was fun. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, that's it. I think that's really all I really got right now about the crash. So it'll be Souls and Phoenix back to back. Well, I mean, I'm doing Tsushima next. And then if I ever get to Kenna one day, maybe I'll eventually ever play that game. No, I really like this game. I enjoyed way more than I thought I would. Also, my Steam time officially says 34 hours. So yeah, this game took 34 hours for me to beat. So that's that. Those are basically pseudo Soul games. I hear it's more like Assassin's Creed. But yeah. Yeah, that's really it. I'm like slouching, I didn't realize. Good work. I'm glad I caught some of it. Yeah. I really like, no, I really like this a lot. Like way more than I thought I would. Way more. Way easier than a Souls game. It makes you think more. Well, about even, maybe, on a thinking level. I think just different reasons of thinking. Like Souls is more like you're thinking about dodging and what tactics you can use and leveling up. This game is more like, what piece of evidence do I need to go back to prove that such and such did such and such? Oh, I meant Tsushima. Sorry. Gotcha. Spoilers. Tomorrow, Brad announces a career change. What are you talking about? You talking about I'm going to be like a lawyer? I do enough of that in Jenna's stream.